Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you would all like to take your seats so we can get started. Thank you.
The heart of a farmer beats to the rhythm of nature, connects to the soil, flows through the fields, jumps at the unexpected, and melts in the face of grace with unbeatable gratitude. Tonight, we are humbled by the big-hearted producers in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Grain Awards. Dames en heren, welkom by die 2025 Graantoekennings. Your MC for the evening, Annelie Hatter.
Thank you, but I haven't done anything yet. I don't feel I deserve that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Good evening. It's an evening where we celebrate not just the yield of our fields, but the rhythm of our seasons. Tonight, we honor those who have mastered the art of timing, who know that farming, like life, is about working in tune with nature, with patience, precision, and with purpose. And as we listen tonight to each of these grain producers' stories, one theme will stand out, a common thread woven through every journey, and it's the art of timing. We pay tribute to producers who understand that every great harvest begins long before the first raindrop falls. It begins in faith, in discipline, and in leadership that grows generation after generation. They are men and women who don't just farm the land, they nurture futures. Their success lies not in chance, but in timing, knowing when to act, when to wait, and when to trust that the seeds that they've sown will find their season. Because the heart of a farmer beats to the rhythm of nature, connects to the soil, flows through the fields, jumps at the unexpected, and melts in the face of grace with unbeatable gratitude. What a wonderful privilege it is to host the 26th Annual Grain SA Awards, to be part of the South African farming family. Ladies and gentlemen, I now call on Mr. Jeremiah Matabula, Vice Chairperson of Grain SA, to do the official welcoming.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Hey, you look beautiful. You look stunning. It means we are here to celebrate, really. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity. It is an honor and privilege for me to stand in front of you. But before we start our event this evening, I would like to open our event with a short script and a prayer. I will read our scripture from Genesis 1, verse 11 and 12. It reads as follows. Then God said, "Let the land burst forth with growth, plants that bear seeds of their own kind, and every variety of fruit tree, each with power to multiply from its own seeds." And so it happened. 12. The land flourished with grasses, every variety of seed-bearing plant, and trees bearing fruit with their seeds in them. And God loved what he saw, and it was beautiful. This passage script highlights the importance of land productivity, and also the creation of biblical account of our Genesis. There's 3 points that you must take from this verse. Firstly, it's God commands. Each plant is given a power to multiply from its own seed, demonstrating God's intention for sustainability and continuity in us cultivating the land to guarantee food security and fight the end of hunger and starvation. The second point is reproduction. God-given instruction to the land is that it must burst forth with growth. This emphasizes God's power and authority over creation. God's evaluation. I think this is important. God loving what he saw, declaring it beautiful. This emphasizes God's positive assessment that of his creation and that he loves us as farmers and the work that we do in the land, which is in line with his will and his purpose. With those words, can we bow our head and pray? Father, we thank you this evening. We invite you, your presence in this place. As we celebrate the success of our producers, bless each and every one of them, Lord, and those who have performed outstandingly, Lord. We pray that they have become a shining light for all of us and motivation for all of us to ensure that we are food secured as a country. Bless each and individual that is here, all our producers, our guests, and our partners, as we are about to celebrate the success of hard work of our producers. In Jesus' name, amen. I was just a pastor for a second. I think now I'm going to get to my second item. Sanbonan, Ninjani, Molweni, Huyenand, Nda, Dimacheron. I have tried. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and joy to welcome you to the 2025 Grand SA Gala Awards, where we gather once again to celebrate the heart of South African agriculture, which is our producers. Tonight, we stand together to honor the excellence, perseverance, and innovation, qualities that have long defined our farmers and continue to share the grain industry of tomorrow. This year, a golden thread ran through each of our finalists' stories and speaks something every farmer understands deeply, the art of timing. It reminds us that farming is not just about planting and harvesting. It's about knowing when to act, when to wait, and when to trust in the season ahead. It is a rhythm that runs through generations. The same hands that once sowed seed in hope now guides the next generation with wisdom and purpose. For more than 2 decades, this platform has recognized those who have left footprints in excellence in our fields. From the first maize man of the year to today's Grand Producer of the Year. These awards have become a mirror of South African agricultural growth and resilience. Each finalist we celebrate tonight is part of a longer story, a story of legacy, leadership, and faith in the future. They have not only tilled soil, but cultivated opportunity, not only harvested crops, but hope. On behalf of Grand South Africa, I extend a heartfelt of welcome and appreciation to our board members that are here tonight, to our chairperson, Mr. Krige, and to the many more former leaders who have built a foundation on which we continue to grow. A special acknowledgement to our former chairperson, Mr. Yapi Grobler, Mr. Neil Ferreira, Mr. Jaco Minar, Mr. Derek Matthews, retired CEO Ntate Yanni de Villiers, and other past board members present tonight. Your legacy remains woven into this organization's DNA. To our distinguished guest, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Mr. John Steenhuisen, from the Western Cape to Jozini, to Balfour, to Gauteng, to Mahikeng, we see your footprints. Government representatives, AFASA President that is here, Mr. A.J. Mtembu, Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature Spokesperson and Secretary, Mr. Muzi Chirwa, MECs represented here, industry leaders, agribusiness partners, members of the media, and all other stakeholders. Thank you for standing with us. A special welcome to our Grain SA team, whose dedication behind the scene turns this vision into reality. You are steady heartbeat of this organization. This celebration is made possible through strong partnership. What a pleasure once again to welcome and thank our main sponsor, Syngenta, for walking this road with us since the very beginning for the past 26 years. Your belief in recognition excellence keep this platform alive. Welcome Mr. Luke Henry from Syngenta, South African Crop Protection, and your team. We value your steadfast commitment to this industry. To Absa John Deere Financial and the Land Bank that continue to invest in our Day of Celebration initiative. Your support nurtures growth where it is needed most. Welcome Mr. Aubrey Rottenberg, Ms. Langelihle Simela, who always, since the past few years, has been with us all the time. Welcome and we thank you. Mr. Antois van der Westhuizen and Mr. Themba Rikhotso, we thank you sincerely. We also recognize Panaseed, Khodiso Development Fund, Picket Implements, Holland Insurance, Kula, Bayer, and Santam for your commitment and contribution to strengthen the backbone of this sector. A warm thank you to Darling Seller tonight for the wine, all the way from the Western Cape, Mr. Cry. Thank you so much. You always bless us with the wine. We're going to enjoy it tonight. And to Toyota, our vehicle sponsor, for your continued support. But above all, tonight belongs to the producers, the true custodian of our land. Whether you're farming a few hectares or 1,000 hectares, whether you represent generation of knowledge or the courage of new beginnings, you are the reason we gather here tonight. To our finalists and awards recipient, your stories remind us that success in agriculture is not a matter of luck, but of timing, of knowing when to sow, when to adapt, and when to stand firm. You embody the art of farming and the art of patience and the art of leadership. As we share in this evening of recognition, let us remember that every great harvest begins with faith, because you put the seed on the ground and then you got faith that Lord will ensure that that seed germinates. That is why we must always put our trust in the Lord as farmers. As faith in the land, faith in time, and faith in one another. May this night remind us that our true legacy lies not only with what we grow, but in how we grow with wisdom, balance, and hope for the future. Thank you for joining us tonight for the 2025 Grain SA Gala Awards. May this evening be of pride, reflection, and inspiration as we celebrate the heart of every farmer. They remind us that the excellence in agriculture is not an act of a chance. It's an art of timing, grounded in legacy, and led by vision. With those words, we would like to thank you, all of you, for joining us tonight. And we really hope that you're going to enjoy the evening with us. And to all the industry leaders, we pray that God give you more wisdom to share your vision and direction for our country, and to make sure as producers, you keep us food secured as a country. Thank you very much. You're most welcome. Enjoy the night with us.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, a quick look at your tables. You'll find this evening's program and a wine list proudly brought to you by our friends at Darling Cellars. Kom ons gee vir Darling Kelders 'n lekker hartlike applaus vir hierdie heerlike wyne. Al die pad van die pragtige Weskus wat nou al sinoniem met hierdie toekennings geword het. Of course, if you prefer another option, our waiters are standing by, and feel free to order any other drinks during the evening. So, take a moment to get comfortable, pour a glass, and enjoy the great company at your table, because tonight is about celebration, connection, and raising a toast to excellence in farming. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can just get your attention quickly. Before we tuck into our starters, if we could take just a quiet moment together, I'd like to invite De Toy van der Westhuizen, if you could come up to stage to lead us in grace. En dan vra ons, kom ons raak net vir 'n oomblik stil, dames en here. Dankie De Toy.
Kom ons sluit die oë. Modimo morena wa rona. Re ba matlo a rona ko go wena Modimo. Ko wena o kgotsofatsa mongwe le mongwe letsatsi le letsatsi. Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us here tonight as farmers and as members of industry. For the food that we are about to have, we are praying, Lord, please bless it to our bodies and our souls. Bless every producer, every farm worker, every member of industry who enables us to produce and to feed a nation. Lord, please bless us with the bread of eternal life. Grant us your wisdom so that we can set an example to others, so that we can build your kingdom. Troue Vader, al die eer kom u altyd toe, tot in alle ewigheid. Amen.
Right. Tuck in, enjoy. We'll be back to commence the program shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention. We're going to be recommencing with the program. If you could all take your seats. I hope you enjoyed your starters. There's lots more to come. Before we move into tonight's awards, let's take a moment to reflect on a truly special milestone that took place earlier this month, on the 1st of October at Nampo Park. For the first time ever, the Phahama Grain Phakama Ukukula Conference was held, culminating in the annual day of celebration. And what a powerful moment it was for South African agriculture. It was a day filled with robust discussion, insight, and farmer voices leading the way. Leaders from across the value chain, from financiers, policy experts, insurers to producers, came together to talk honestly about the issues that shape our developing sector: land, finance, insurance, and livestock integration. And yes, there were challenges. There always are. But there was also hope. There were solutions, partnerships, and new ideas that reminded us that progress in agriculture doesn't happen by chance. It happens through timing, collaboration, and commitment. That day at Nampo Park, the spirit of Ukukula, growth, was tangible. And tonight, that same spirit continues here as we celebrate the farmers whose growth stories have inspired us all. The day of celebration is one of the true highlights of the Grain SA calendar. It showcases the incredible success of the Farmer Development Program, Phahama Grain Phakama, where training, mentorship, and opportunity are turning potential into sustainable production. Through this program, thousands of producers across South Africa are moving from survival to success, from small beginnings to commercial scale, proving that transformation in agriculture is not just an aspiration, it's a living reality. And to make this possible requires teamwork. And so before we continue, let's take a moment to recognize the partners and sponsors who make the Phahama Grain Phakama journey possible. Panar Seed, the Godiso Development Fund, Hollard Insure, Kula, Bayer, and Santam. Also, in support of the program, we thank Pickett Implements, the South African Cultivar and Technology Agency, the Maize Trust, the Oil and Protein Seeds Development Trust, Corteva AgriScience, Sasol South Africa and the Sasol Trust, SAWCIA, PepsiCo, Kynoch, and Villa Crop. At the day of celebration, we celebrated the achievements of Phahama Grain Phakama's winners in 4 incredible categories, each representing a crucial step in the growth journey of South African farmers. They are subsistence farmers cultivating 1 to 3 hectares and ensuring food security for families and communities, smallholder farmers producing 4 to 49 hectares, building sustainable enterprises in rural spaces. Potential commercial farmers producing up to 249 tons and proving that with the right support, the leap to commercial scale is possible. And new era commercial farmers producing over 250 tons and shaping the commercial grain sector of tomorrow. We also extend special thanks to our category sponsors, ABSA and John Deere Financial for the subsistence and new era commercial categories, and Land Bank for the Smallholder Farmer of the Year. Let's give them a hearty round of applause. And now, before we take you on a journey to these outstanding producers' farms, please welcome Mr. Themba Rekotso, Chief Executive Officer at the Land Bank, to share a few words on the importance of these initiatives and what they mean for growth and transformation in our grain sector.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, farmers, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on the protocols that have been observed already. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you this evening representing the Land Bank as a proud sponsor of the Smallholder Farmer of the Year category. This award will be presented here tonight is a testament to the resilience, the hard work, and the spirit of excellence that defines the South African agriculture. At the Land Bank, our role as an agriculture development bank extends beyond just providing finance to clients. Our mandate requires us to contribute not only to the growth and productivity of the agricultural sector, but also to the transformation of the sector by promoting the inclusion of historically disadvantaged persons into the mainstream agricultural value chain. This means that we need to nurture and develop the entire agricultural community, from new entrants to the commercial farmers and the large agribusinesses. At the core of our strategy is the development of partnerships and the coordination of the entire ecosystems. This will enable us to support the new era commercial farmers through a suite of solutions covering market access arrangements, pre- and post-funding support, as well as financing and the insurance solutions. Our commitment is to facilitate meaningful transformation within the agricultural industry through comprehensive support services and delivering specialized financial services, leveraging the subsidiary company, the Land Bank Insurance Company. Through the initiatives such as the blended finance, the Agri-BEE, the Wine and Spirit Fund, the Agro-Energy Fund, and various other funding solutions within our suits, we are convinced that we are ready to address some of the challenges experienced by the smallholder farmers and the new era commercial farmers. Since the commencement of the blended finance scheme, the Land Bank has approved just under 4 billion of transactions to 478 clients, with over 80% of this already disbursed, enabling productive agricultural activities to almost 900,000 hectares. The land ownership patterns are changing, and every day we are witnessing sheer resilience, hard work, and excellence from these cohorts of farmers. Today, we gather here to celebrate and recognize the achievement of participants and the winners who have shown remarkable dedication and excellence. Your hard work as farmers and commitment are not only commendable, but are also a source of inspiration to all of us. Events like this are important as they highlight and support the growth of sustainable black commercial farmers who are shaping the future of agriculture in South Africa. We hope that this recognition to the smallholder farmers will serve as a crucial stepping stone towards even a greater achievement in the future. Congratulations to all those who participated and to the winners. We wish you continued success, growth, and as you continue evolving, we wish you a sustainable future ahead. Thank you very, very much.
Behind this beautiful ripe maize, just outside the Mahokubiane village, there is a lady on a mission. Sarah Matladi plays a key role in various community organizations while managing solid yields even amidst the past season's weather challenges.
Gwa tla pula e nngwe e ntšhi.
Throughout it all, Sarah's husband Judas has been a pillar of strength. He works at a local mine, but finds time to join her learning curve in the world of farming, from management of the sandy loam soils to post-harvest training. A worthwhile investment, since Sarah is one of the star farmers in the Beyond Abundance program.
I've been involved with Sarah since 2018 when she joined the study group here at Mahokubiane. She was the best farmer I have ever met because she's following the correct production practices, and during the past 2 years she had received very, very good yields.
With this two-row planter, Sarah is indeed giving it her all on this land, farmed under a PTO agreement. The maize also serves to grow the Nguni Brahman herd, featuring 3 bulls. There's even a tractor on the horizon. It's all about commitment. Sarah's 2.5 hectares of maize planted the past season has made a very real difference to family and community.
Ke rata lehe ka baka la hore lehe ke le ratisha ke gore ke kgone ho lema ge ke bunne ka fepa bana ba ka lona ka ba ka rekisha ka ba ka fepa le bana besho ga ishita le baagelane ba ka mo ba lija ka baka la hore ge ke le beile kwa store le bona ba ja.
Through gratitude and care, Sarah Matladi just keeps spreading the joy, ready for the next step. Here, on the flatlands of the Mahikeng region, Itumeleng Munyane made his mark, step by step.
Ke simolotse temo ka 1981 ke sena go fetsa standard 5 ke dirile mo tlase ga rre ne le molemi.
Yet in his 20s, the city lured despite his dad's warning.
Ke ile Gauteng ke utlwa gore go na le tšhelete ko Gauteng madi a felelwa ka lekrap yaanong ngwana ka ke buile hela ke sa tsaya madi ao yaanong boa go ya ko makgweng mme ga o e go tla o na le madi.
Prophetic words that saw Itumeleng return to build a farming enterprise. Happy to be right here in this tightly knit community, a real world with grounded people. His major break came through engagement with Grain SA in 2012, a step that led to a whole new approach from the soil up.
Tota ke leboga Grain SA go tswa botebong jwa pelo ya me ke a e leboga.
To put his training to best use, Itumeleng slowly but surely expanded on the mechanical side. The past season, he planted 45 hectares of maize with a production loan from PepsiCo, and he meticulously keeps book of expenses. Although the erratic weather caught him off guard, he pulled in a solid yield.
Mo ngwageng e re bone pula e ntsi go feta dingwaga tsotlhe. Tota ga isinke ke bone pula e neleng jaaka mo ngwageng e. Tshimo e nngwe le nngwe e ne e tama metsi. Dijalo tsa rona tse dingwe di dule mo seretseng. Mme mo e leng gore gone yaanong yana go na le dikolo mo masimo tsa mo nne go tamile metsi teng dijalo ga di a kgona go mela.
On the livestock side, Itumeleng is now getting back on track following a devastating theft in 2019. This almost cost him his life. But the Munyanes can now put this behind them and count their blessings.
Modimo a ntshegetsa gore ke boe gape ke tle go tsweletsa tiro ya mpeetseng yone mo lefatsheng.
On this lovely Eastern Free State farm, 33-year-old Jabulani Mashinini runs a cleverly diversified farming operation. This qualified engineer and former fiber planner started here in 2023 with a strong will to succeed.
I think to become a successful farmer, you have to be determined, you have to believe in yourself, you gotta work hard and have passion for farming, because you cannot succeed in farming if you don't love farming.
Jabu was introduced to farming by his late father, but the ever-increasing demands of modern farming require constant adaptation. Enter Jacques Roux, his trusted PGP mentor.
PGP has really helped me a lot, because I don't think I was going to be able to plant without PGP. They were able to give me a loan through SACTA to plant 120 hectares, which was divided into 3. I planted 40 hectares of soya, 40 hectares of maize, and 40 hectares of sunflower.
Jabu has a 10-year private lease agreement on this 435-hectare farm, located about 25 kilometers from his home in Bethlehem.
The advantages of farming in this area is that we have good quality grazing. We're not far away from the silos for when we deliver our crops when harvesting. And also we're a bit far from town for people who are stealing livestock and our crops.
The ample grazing is optimally utilized, and judging from the condition of his Bonsmara herd, Jabu's training with the Cernic group has stood him well. The farm even sports a veggie patch, attended to by his mother. Back on the main fields, the yield is streaming in, following a lot of planning and replanning around the challenging season. Jabu currently uses a contractor for harvesting, as he is still plotting his growth path.
My future expectations is to increase my production activities. It's also to get better and bigger mechanization, which will help me improve my production. And also if I can get more land, it will also be an advantage.
With a deep love for everything he does, Jabu is already doing the Mashinini family proud. The success story of Botlale Chabalala runs from a young boy assisting his dad as a subsistence farmer to a young man establishing a fully fledged farming business, right here on the communal lands where he grew up.
My dad has taught me to have faith in what I put my mind to. You need to have a blend of passion, love, and pride in what you do.
This is evident in his entire approach to farming, including the wholehearted manner in which he takes guidance, resulting in major growth over the past 7 years.
Grain SA has helped me a lot with the technical support that I get from my mentor, Mr. Ditoi van Vesthuizen, and also the study group that I attend. And the biggest lesson that they've taught me is to always stay within my capacity, not to just expand unnecessarily. If I work within my capacity, I can better manage my lands and have optimal yields.
Adaptability is another characteristic of this conscientious farmer, an important attribute given the unpredictable climate. The past season's weather conditions forced Botlale to change his plans. He planted only sunflower on 185 hectares, adjusting dates for different fields. In this regard, having his own equipment has certainly proven to be a worthwhile investment. And when it comes to the cattle, Botlale's investments are also paying off. He applied himself to being a commercial cattle breeder, and today he's running full out with his Bonsmara, Simbra, and Brahman breeding. In every aspect, this young Northwest farmer has proven what can be done on communal land. But as he commutes between the farmlands and his house in Lichtenburg, Botlale Chabalala dreams of a family farm.
I aspire to see myself on a farm one day that I can call my own farm. To bring this dream into fruition, I buy shares on a yearly basis by NWK, which I will use as a collateral towards the bank that will finance the farm that I will like one day.
And that day may not be too far off.
Congratulations to all our incredible winners. Your achievements are a true reflection of dedication, resilience, and growth, and certainly worthy of more than just one day of celebration. Tonight, we honor a journey of excellence built over years of hard work and heart. It's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Langelihle Simela, ABSA's Business Development Manager for Agribusiness, and Mr. Antwa van der Westhuizen, Managing Director, Africa and Middle East of John Deere Financial, to share a few words with us. Please help me welcome them to the stage.
You persevere, building on the foundations that were laid before you, focused on providing for those who will inherit the fruit of your labor. You grow, strengthened by the knowledge that this valley of shadow is not where the story ends. Tomorrow will come, ripe with potential, bringing sprouts of progress and birthing opportunity. You grow because you are not alone. You work alongside partners who share your vision, empowering your story, relieving your struggle, and celebrating your victories. Write your story with partners who are part of your world, who are committed to building your legacy, and who will stand by you so that you can grow with confidence through every season.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, to the Minister of Agriculture and all representatives of the Department of Agriculture and government institutions here present, Richard Krier, Dr. Tobias Doyer, Jeremiah Matebula, and all Grain SA leadership, representatives of the various stakeholders and role players in the industry here present, and our esteemed producers. It is my pleasure to represent ABSA at these Grain SA Awards and Gala Nights. And I'm certainly not here alone, so I am going to name all my colleagues here just to show you how much support you have from ABSA. I'm not expecting them to stand up, but at least if you get to talk to them and you hear the name, you'll remember they're from ABSA. So we have Abri Rottenbach, Lofi Brandt, Hamlet Shlomenlini, Zama Sangweni, Sonia Delport, Olga De Freitas, Davi Berhoza, Elaine Hudson, Thomas September, and Corey Kutsia. So we're all here because we are a big lender to the agricultural sector and we're here to support. At ABSA, we believe that your story matters, and I think you've seen that tagline in many of our communications. And if I may selfishly so, I think there is no other sector with a story that is rich and as enduring as the agricultural sector. After all, it was humanity's first sector. And if you don't believe me, we wouldn't be here if agriculture had not been one of the first sector that we had to deal with. So please allow me to illustrate this through the timeless analogies from the Bible. The first instruction that God gave to humankind was agricultural. He told Adam and Eve to have dominion over creation and to take care of it and manage it sustainably. That was the first expression of responsibility, living in harmony with nature, something that we still strive to do today. I mean, we talk of ESG, we talk of sustainable development goals. When Adam and Eve left the Garden of Eden, the strategy had to change. They could no longer simply receive food that was produced in the garden. They had to produce it themselves. I imagine them standing outside the garden, looking at this wild, untamed land, and realizing that they need new tools and new ways of doing things in order for them to survive. After the first harvest, they must have learned that food needs to be preserved because waste was no longer an option. they had to preserve what they had to the very next harvest. They were learning the art of adaptation, turning hardship into innovation. We fast forward to Noah's time. After the flood waters receded, he and his family had to step out of that ark onto their muddy land. There were no fields, there were no barns, only some livestock, a handful of seed, probably from every kind of food that Noah took into the ark with him, and the promise that seed time and harvest shall never cease on earth. We are not told whether Noah had access to any tools, but with whatever he had, he rebuilt, replanted, restored life from desolation. This is the essence of resilience, the courage to begin anew, even when everything that is familiar seems to have gone. Then we move to Joseph, the visionary who taught Egypt the power of foresight. 7 years of plenty, followed by 7 years of famine, something that we're totally familiar with in the agricultural industry. Joseph's advice was simple and profound. Save from your good years so that you can survive through the hard ones. This was the first record of an example of strategic storage, and it remains a blueprint to agriculture's resilience today. And so from the Garden of Eden to the flood to Egypt's storehouses, the thread of adaptation and resilience runs through time, right to our very own agriculture today here in South Africa. In 2020 and 2021, we saw our good years, record harvests of over 16 million tons of grain. Even as the world was under lockdown, with the sectors paused, our farmers plowed on, inputs moved, grains were delivered, and silos were filled. Like Joseph's Egypt, we stored, exported, and strengthened the backbone of our food security. Then came 2023, our hard year. Drought scorched parts of our lands, yields dropped, and there were concerns throughout the industry. But even in that season, we saw resilience at work, the determination to bounce back. The recent season has been one of plenty, but not without its challenges. Too much rain in some areas, lower grain grades, outbreaks of foot and mouth diseases, and the difficulty of balancing abundance and market as well as biosecurity pressures. Another reminder that adaptation never ends. So as we plan and start this new season, just like the stories of old, we draw from the wisdom of the good years on the buffer stocks, the strong partnerships, our improved technology, data systems, and of course, financial instruments that we offer. We no longer wait for the storm to pass, but we learn to work in the rain, and sometimes even in the absence of the rain. The story of agriculture through the ages resonates deeply with the experience that we have today. Across time, one truth remains. Progress in agriculture is always dependent on our ability to adapt, our ability to rebuild, and our ability to plan ahead. Like Adam and Eve, we've had to adapt to make new tools and learn new ways. Like Noah, we've had to rebuild after droughts and floods and market shocks. And like Joseph, we've had to make plans for both scarcity and abundance and to strengthen our resilience. Agriculture is truly a remarkable story. So with that, I'd like to thank the leadership of Grain SA today for carving out this moment so that we can actually pause and celebrate the achievements of this sector by honoring those who have demonstrated the wisdom to plan, the faith to plant, and the resilience to rise again. Together, we continue to write this timeless story of agriculture. And congratulations to the winners here tonight, because each one of them has a special page in the story. So here's to every farmer and every partner who keeps South Africa's agriculture growing, season after season, challenge after challenge. Here is to the good story, and we pray that the good story continues. Thank you.
Why do we farm? Is it because we see opportunities where others can't? How we can transform soil and rain and sun into something golden? Do we farm with the future in mind, seeing the seeds of knowledge sprout in the next generation, keen to build upon our legacy? Or do we farm because it runs in our veins? It courses through our hearts, this love of the land. John Deere Financial believes in financial solutions that enable your opportunities and your growth. Driven by our deep commitment and understanding of this world, this industry, we run, we challenge, we innovate. And in the end, we sit around your table to offer solutions that can work for you. Choose a partner that goes above and beyond. John Deere Financial, personalized financial solutions so life can leap forward.
Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable Minister, Richard, Tobias, and all the distinguished guests. Thank you very much for the opportunity to represent John Deere and John Deere Financial here tonight and say a few words. Now, if we think about what is the one constant in the world, and I ask a few of you, you will always come up and say, everybody will come up and say it's change, because we hear that every day. Everybody tells us that change is the only thing in the world, well, except death, which you're not going to talk about tonight, being 31st of October. We know that change is a constant. And that got me thinking a bit. And the word pivot came to mind. And this is now not for your farmers, this is not the center pivot for irrigation, this is pivot. And I was also thinking to myself, now why do I think of pivot? What does pivot mean? And I don't normally do a lot of research about my speeches, but I decided this time I need to go and do that. So I phoned one of my friends and I asked him. And he said to me, the best way to describe what pivot is and explain it is when he goes out with his friends on a Friday evening and he comes back very late in the evening, he normally comes in through the front door. But he knows that he has to go into the house. That's the goal. That's where you need to get to. But then one night he decided he's going to pivot. So he's going to go through the back door. And that's doing something totally different than what you would have normally done it. I told him it's the only reason he's doing that is because his wife is waiting at the front door. But he's still sticking to his story. But pivot is very important. It's important for us in a changing environment to adapt, to change the way that we're doing things and approach the challenges that we have differently. Our company, John Deere, has done exactly the same. In 2020, we sat down and we had a look at what does our farmers really need? What do we need to do to really add value? And what's the one, not just the one thing, but what's one of the things that's really going to make a difference? And we realized technology is going to help our farmers a lot. So in 2020, we brought out our Smart Industrial Strategy, which specifically focuses and makes us a technology company. So we're not just a builder of equipment, we are a technology company, and we use equipment to get that technology onto your farm. Now, all of you know what pivot is, because if you look at the farming industry over the last 30 years, there's been so many changes, and farmers had to pivot so often. If we just think about 95 and the deregulation of the maize industry, farmers needed to pivot in a way that they sold their maize. If we think about changes that we see in legislation on things like insecticide and various inputs that you always have to pivot and you have to adapt. And that's very important. Not just in your businesses, but also in your personal lives. You have to pivot and you have to adapt. If you stay the same, you're going to get the same or worse results. That is true. I realized the importance of pivot in your personal life when I started to have conversations with my children. Now, if you think about the Gen Zs and the teenagers today, if you sit them down and you say, hey, let's have a nice, good conversation, you start and you have a conversation, and they take out their cell phones and they start talking to their friends on WhatsApp, because that's how they communicate. So I tried the same. So I took out my phone and I started sending WhatsApp messages to my kids, but I did it in their language. So I don't know if you see now they write it. It's just letters. It doesn't really make sense. So I wrote, how did the exam go? My daughter's writing matric exam. So how did the exam go? And she wrote back hamburger. And I thought, what the hell? And I asked her, what? And she said to me, you asked me what's for dinner. So, yeah. So sometimes you have to pivot in the right direction, the right way, and also with the right timing. So my message to you today is we need to pivot at some stage. Even if we like it or we don't like it, life demands that of us. We as a company, we want to pivot with you. And we want to make sure that we provide the right technology with the right financial solutions so that we can get it onto your farm, help you to be more productive, and help you to be more successful in what you do. To all the nominees and winners tonight, congratulations. And to all the farmers here, thank you very much for putting food on our table. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much for that, Antwa. Antwa, I'm going to ask you to stay. If you, Langa, you could rejoin us. And if I could ask Jeremiah Matabula, Chairperson of Pahama Grain Pakama and Vice Chair of Grain SA, and Pahama Grain Pakama CEO, Sibusiso Mabuza, and Mr. Temba Rikotso to also please rejoin us on stage for the certificate presentations. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think I must try and pivot here. I was sitting with one of my commercial farmers, and it was myself and my friend, and we were talking in Zulu. And one of my friends is a white commercial farmer. And then he said, Jeremiah, why are you continue talking English? No, continue with your vernacular. I'm fine. I said, please understand, I can't speak Venda. So that is why we must proceed with this conversation. So I must also try and pivot to the right direction and start understanding Venda. So if I pronounce our winner incorrect pronunciation, please forgive me because we are only celebrating tonight. That takes us to welcome everyone on stage. I will announce our subsistence farmer of the year. And that goes to a farmer from Limpopo. And that is, congratulations to Limpopo. Subsistence farmer of the year goes to Ramashego Sara Mahladi from Mahupujane. Oh, here they come. Congratulations to our winners of Subsistence Farmer of the Year, Ramashego Sara Mahladi. Now we're gonna go to our next category of our smallholder farmer of the year. That's the interest and passion of our Honorable Minister, John Steenhuisen. Our winner for smallholder farmer of the year comes from the Northwest, Mahikeng. And that is, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you there? Itumeleng Naphtali Mongane. Please come on stage with your wife. I think we're gonna get to our HOTA program now. As you know, we've got different categories of our farmers in our program. We've got subsistence farmers, we've got smallholder farmers, potential new era and new era commercial farmers. It's gonna get hotter a little bit now. We're gonna get to the potential commercial farmer of the year. And that goes to the Free State from Kalachte. I said we are celebrating today. If I pronounce any word incorrectly, it's a given. You must just forgive me. On that note, I would like to announce our winner for the potential commercial farmer of the year. That goes to Madinda Jablan Mashinini. Please come on stage. Thank you very much. I think we are getting to one of our new commercial new era of the year. On that note, I would like to thank our chairman, former chairman, but I would like to say this, to our chairman, Richard Kriche, our former chairman, Derek Matthews, Jaco Minar, and all of them that came before. You have crafted this vision. That is why today we are honoring New Era commercial farmers. And Honorable Minister, it is a privilege and honor tonight that we are announcing a New Era Commercial Farmer of the Year, and we are looking forward to produce more of them in the country so that we are food secure. Working together, we can take our country to the next level. On that note, it looks like Northwest is taking everything here. I'm getting jealous now. Our New Era Commercial Farmer of the Year goes to the north, the farmer is from the Northwest, from Lichtenberg. I think Derek Matthews will be happy here. I'm not sure. Our New Era Commercial Farmer of the Year goes to Buhlale Jacob Chabalala.
Congratulations once again to all our outstanding winners. Let's give them another big round of applause for their achievements. Tonight we've celebrated not only the achievements of individual farmers, but the collective progress of an industry that continues to grow, adapt, and inspire. And before we move to our main course, we have the privilege of hearing from someone who plays a vital role in shaping the future of agriculture in South Africa. It's an honor to welcome to the podium the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. John Steenhuisen, to deliver the keynote address for this evening. Minister, we are delighted to have you here with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much, and how wonderful it's been with all of you this evening, celebrating the only culture that really matters, and that's agriculture. And to see these wonderful winners this evening, and to see the incredible work being done by Grain SA and our partners in the agricultural sector. And it's really a huge honor to be here this evening with all of the distinguished guests, and most importantly, our proud grain producers in South Africa. It really is great to be here to celebrate the heart and the hands that keep our nation fed, and yes, keep our economists guessing every year. They say that grain farmers have one of the oldest professions in the world, because unlike most of us, they've been outstanding in their fields, literally outstanding in your fields. But there's one thing that never goes out of style, and it is the determination, the grit, and the innovation of our farmers and our agricultural sector in South Africa. Now, I don't need to tell anyone in this room that it has not been an easy season. Between unpredictable weather, rising input costs, and volatile grain prices, it sometimes feels that the odds are stacked as high as a silo in harvest time. Our farmers as well are grain price takers in a global market that we don't control. And yet, they remain the backbone of our food security and the economic stability of our country. You've weathered droughts, you've weathered logistic challenges, bottlenecks, global market shocks, and still you plant, you produce, and you persevere. And for that, as South Africans, we are truly grateful. Your resilience doesn't just sustain yourselves, your families, or your farms. It literally sustains South Africa. And I think all of our farmers deserve a big round of applause this evening. Now, as government, we're not blind to the challenges that the sector faces. We're working to help strengthen infrastructure, stabilize logistic chains, and ensure that farmers get a fair return for their hard work. We're pushing for smarter trade policies, better research support, improved access to the technology that we're so lucky to have companies like Syngenta and others who allow our farmers to remain on the cutting edge of agricultural development and technological advancements going forward. And the financing, because we all know that patient capital is the key to successful farming. But we also know that when our farmers thrive, our nation truly thrives. And we're committed as government to standing with you, not only in good seasons, but also in tough seasons. Because partnerships, like farming, require patience, perseverance, persistence, and faith, of course, in that harvest to come. I want to thank Grain SA for being such a good partner with government. And I think that we're starting to see that a stronger partnership between government, the farming community, commodity organizations, and those like Syngenta and others who are leading the technological advancement can push our sector forward and lead to greater synergy, greater opportunity, and of course, greater profitability. This evening, we're going to be honoring those who are the very best in South African agriculture. Men and women who prove that excellence is not born of comfort, but of courage. It was very encouraging to see one of the farmers in one of their videos talking about that this is hard work. It's not just putting something in the ground, chucking a bit of water on and expecting yourself to be rich. It's courage and hard work, and it's determination to get up every single day, even when it seems that the odds are so heavily stacked against you, that separates our agricultural sector from so many others in the country. To our grain producers of the year, your dedication and your innovation remind us that agriculture is not just about producing grain, it's about producing hope, producing opportunity, and, of course, building the future. Every kernel harvested by each of you is a story in itself of perseverance. Every field planted is an act of faith in tomorrow. And every farmer here this evening is a reason to believe that our best harvests as South Africa lie ahead of us. So as we celebrate the achievements of those who will receive awards this evening and those who've already achieved awards, let's remember this, that the world may measure wealth in numbers, but a farmer measures it in sunrises, rainfall, and of course, the satisfaction of the harvest and feeding a nation. To all of our grain producers, thank you for your passion, thank you for your patience and your purpose. You don't just grow crops, you grow hope for our wonderful country. Congratulations to all of the award winners, and I really hope that the next season is going to be the best one yet. And we look forward, as a Department of Agriculture, newly repurposed, newly focused on agriculture and agriculture alone, of walking that journey with you every step of the way, because we know that when agriculture thrives, our country will thrive, and that when our farmers do well, our country does well. Thank you for what you do every single day. It is a singular honor to be the minister of such an incredible sector in this country. And I believe passionately that by continuing to work together, by continuing to join hands, to find solutions to those problems that hold us back, to be able to alleviate the frustrations, and to be able to build policies and environments that make it easy for you to flourish, that nothing and nobody can stand in our way of making sure that agriculture retains its place as the premier sector in South Africa, the one that's keeping our economy going and the one that's building a better future for all of us. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you for what you do every single day, and I look forward to working with you over the next year and hopefully start to see even more record yields, more profitability, and of course, more new farmers entering this incredible space. Thank you very, very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Minister Steenhuisen, for those inspiring words and for your continued support of our agricultural community. It's an honor to have you here tonight. Thank you for the energy with which you approach solutions to the challenges that these men and women face on a daily basis. It's an honor to have you here, and we look forward to seeing you at Nampo Botawil next year. We understand tonight's occasion calls for a suit, but hopefully you'll be wearing your two-tones at Nampo Botawil. Shorts, not boerbol. Boerbol, oh, there we go. We have a commitment from the minister. He'll be at Nampo in boerbol shorts. And if you must wear, and if you Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention for just the briefest of moments. We'll be starting our program again in 5 minutes. If you could start taking your seats for the awards section of tonight's program. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Right, everyone, we're about to start again. We're thrilled that you are enjoying each other's company, but last man standing buys a round. Ek hoop almal het die hoofgereg geniet en dat die geselskap aan julle tafel net so goed was soos die kos. Vanaand vier ons nie net uitnemendheid op die landerye nie, maar ook die mense wat die hartklop van ons bedryf vorm. Elke jaar gebruik Graan SA hierdie deel van die aand om besondere individue te eer. Mense wie se werk, leierskap en karakter 'n blywende verskil maak in landbou. Ons begin met die inspirasietoekenning. 'n Toekenning aan iemand wat deur sy of haar voorbeeld, passie en volharding ander geïnspireer het om hoër te mik en sterker te staan. Wie se invloed verder strek as hul eie plaasgrense. Iemand wat 'n verskil in die wêreld van landbou gemaak het. Dames en here, dit is my groot voorreg om Graan SA se visievoorsitter, meneer Dani Minnaar, na die verhoog te nooi om hierdie besondere toekenning te oorhandig. Help my om te verwelkom.
Dames en here, van my kant af baie welkom vir almal hier. Ek hoop julle geniet aand saam met ons en saam met ons om hierdie gilde geleentheid te gebruik om al die mense wat toekennings kry, wat oorhandigings kry, saam met ons mee te vier en mee saam met ons bly te wees vir hulle. Daar is sekere mense in ons bedryf wat nie net 'n verskil maak nie, maar wat die rigting aanwys. Mense wat nie net plant en oes nie, maar plant met 'n visie vir die toekoms. Vanaand eer ons een van daardie mense, 'n boer, 'n leier, 'n mentor, 'n man van geloof, meneer Joseph Du Plessis. Joseph is 'n 5de generasie boer van die plaas Boskop buite Swazirenike, waar hy met toewyding en vernuf graan, sojas en katoen verbou en 'n indrukwekkende Santa Gertrudis beesboerdery bestuur. Maar wat hom besonders maak, is dat hy sy invloed veel verder strek as sy plaasgrense. Vir 22 jaar het Joseph met 'n standvastige diens en oortuiging op Graan SA se raad gedien, waarvan 3 jaar op die uitvoerende komitee was. Sy leierskap en onmiskenbare spore wat hy nagelaat het, sal ons altyd bly. Sy insig en strategiese denke het 'n beduidende rol gespeel in die vestiging van Suid-Afrika se kommersiële sojaboonbedryf, veral in die Weste. Vandag een van die pilare van volhoubare graan en olieproduksie in die land. As produsent het hy reeds in 2011 begin met die plant van sojabone, 'n besluit wat hom deur moeilike klimaatstoestande gedra het, in jare waarin mielies aansienlike verliese gelei het, soos 2012 tot 2019, het hy altyd 'n winsgewende sojaboonoes gehad. Sojabone het hy met verskeie ander gewasse, soos koring, sonneblom, afgewissel om 'n goeie mielieoes en goeie mielieopbrengste deur wisselbou te verseker. In die katoenbedryf het Joseph se bydrae weer eens diep spore getrap. As uitgesproke kampvegter vir produsente en vir mededingendheid in katoenproduksie, het hy gehelp om die bedryf te versterk en nuwe geleenthede vir produsente in die Noordwes en die Noord-Kaap te vestig. Sy passie vir kennisdeling, tegnologieontginning en samewerking is wel bekend, of dit nou as spreker by Monsanto of Bayer se konferensies in Brasilia en Suid-Afrika is, of as hoofspreker by die Suid-Afrikaanse presisieboerderykonferensie. Hy glo dat 'n boer meer as net 'n oesmaker is 'n spanlid, 'n mentor en 'n rolmodel. Maar Josef se grootste krag lê waarskynlik in sy menslikheid en sy geloofsgebonde waardes, sy liefde vir sy gesin, sy bereidheid om te dien en sy vermoë om mense te inspireer. Hy is iemand waarna geluister word wanneer hy praat, omdat sy woorde getoets is aan ervaring en sy oortuigings geanker is in eerlikheid. Verder het Josef veral vir baie jare uitstaande rol gespeel in die paneel van beoordelaars wat die Graan SA Syngenta graanprodusent, hierdie funksie waar ons nou is, waar hy nie net as paneellid opgetree het nie, maar ook voortdurend geleer het, sodat hy weer ander kan leer by die finaliste. In sy eie woorde het hy beklemtoon dat dit ons geleentheid is om te wys wat beteken dit om 'n graanprodusent in Suid-Afrika te wees. Deur sy betrokkenheid het hy meegehelp om die beeld van die graanprodusent te versterk, nie net as boer nie, maar as ambassadeur vir uitnemendheid en gesamentlike groei. Josef het reeds verskeie groei vir goud toekennings ontvang, nie net vir die opbrengs nie, maar ook vir uitnemendheid in bestuur, innovasie en toewyding aan volhoubare boerdery. Tog bly hy nederig, altyd gereed om raad te gee, kennis te deel en ander te help groei. In die woorde van kollegas, 'n man wat eerder bou as beïndruk. Vanaand vier ons nie net sy prestasie nie, maar sy invloed. Sy geloof dat elke boer, ongeag van uitdagings, 'n verskil kan maak. Sy voorbeeld het produsente, medewerkers en gemeenskappe geïnspireer om met nuwe moed en hoop vorentoe te kyk. Josef, in waardering vir jou onskatbare bydrae tot die georganiseerde landbou, jou rol in die vestiging van die sojaboon en katoenbedrywe en jou onwrikbare toewyding aan volhoubare geloofsgegronde leierskap, is dit vir my 'n eer om aan jou die Graan SA inspirasietoekenning van 2025 te oorhandig. Baie geluk, Josef, mag jou inspirasie voortleef in elke produsent wat jou voorbeeld volg.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The executive of Grain South Africa, the personnel, my fellow farmers, thank you very much for this award. I'm humbled by this recognition. If I look into this event and I see who's sitting before me, then I can honestly say, I think a lot of people here probably deserve this award more than I do, because my inspiration comes from a lot of you that sit here and who have guided me and interacted with me over many years. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing we all know is that we live and we work and we farm by the grace of God. And He also gives us the opportunity to honor Him with what we do. I'm thinking about, om in Engels te sê, there's a verse in the Bible that has guided me over many years. It's found in Luke 12, verse 16. it says, "For everyone to whom much is given, from them much will be required, and to whom much has been committed, of them even more will be asked." Vir ons wat baie gegee is en baie gegee is, sal baie gevra word eendag. En die Here vra van ons om nie net ons eie koninkryke te bou nie, maar om dit waarmee ons geseën word, ander ook te seën. En dit moet ek vir u sê, dit sien ek in hierdie saal. Hier is mense wat baie inspirerend is. Hier is mense wat uitnemendheid najaag. Hier is mense wat hoop gee, wat hoop bring. En dit is so 'n wonderlike voorreg om deel te wees van hierdie span. To our honorable minister, after hearing your speech, ek kan hoor, nou weet jy wat ons weet in die landbou. Landbou anker die ekonomie van ons land. En die graanbedryf is die fondasie van landbou in Suid-Afrika. En hierdie mense wat saam met u is hier vanaand, dis die mense wat in die hele graanbedryf, Graan SA se personeel, die hoofbestuur, die produsente, die boere, maar ook die mense in die waardeketting, ons kosbare vennote in die waardeketting. Dis die mense wat die graanbedryf vorentoe vat. En wat 'n voorreg is dit nie om saam met julle skouer aan die wiel te kan sit. Miskien net een ding wat ek ook gesien het, mense kry twee soorte mense. Sekere mense vat meer as wat hulle gee vir hulle eie selfsugtige behoeftes. Maar ander mense, en die meeste van hulle wat hier sit, wat ek ken, is so, gee meer as wat hulle ooit vat in hulle lewens, hulle huwelike, hulle gesinne, hulle eie besighede, in die bedryf waarin hulle is. En ek wil vir elkeen wat hier vanaand is sê, baie dankie. Dankie hiervoor. Dit is 'n voorreg en is 'n groot seën om in ons bedryf betrokke te wees. En so baie mense hier het so baie vir my al beteken. En is so groot voorreg om in ons land te kan bly en te kan boer. En ons vier uitnemendheid vanaand. We celebrate excellence tonight from all the different categories of grain producers. We all learn from each other. En ek wil sê baie geluk aan almal, ook die kommersiële graanprodusente. Dis jammer dat daar net een met 'n toekenning moet wegstap hier. Ons land is geseën met besondere mense wat betrokke is in die landbou. Nie net die boere nie, in daai kosbare waardeketting van ons ook. Ek wil vir u sê baie dankie vir die streek waar ek vandaan kom. Hulle het my gestuur om hulle te verteenwoordig by Graan SA. Hierdie kosbare organisasie met hierdie ongelooflike personeel wat baie meer gee as wat hulle vat, het 'n groot verskil in ons produsente se voortbestaan, ons winsgewendheid en ons oorlewing gemaak. Julle gee vir ons hoop. Ek sal eer u. Ek sê vir u baie dankie. May God bless the farmers, all the people that are involved in agriculture. May God bless our dearly beloved country, South Africa. Baie dankie.
Weer eens baie geluk aan Joseph du Plessis, 'n ware voorbeeld van wat dit beteken om met oortuiging, geloof en menslikheid te boer. En nou beweeg ons aan na die goue graantoekennings. This honor, Grain SA's highest accolade for outstanding leadership within the organization, as well as in various national policy structures, is awarded to individuals whose years of dedicated service have left a lasting legacy in the grain industry. They're the carriers of our values and the mentors who've helped guide the way for others. Ladies and gentlemen, to present these prestigious awards, please welcome the chairperson of Grain SA, Mr. Richard Krieger, to the stage.
Program Director has indicated that I don't have a lot of time, and I'm going to ignore her. Good evening, everybody. I have the honor of handling this part of the evening, and I'm going to do it in English. And I really need everybody to hear the message and honor the people that we can now hand awards to. And I hope you'll allow me to do it then in English. The highest form of recognition that a serving retired executive member can receive is the Golden Grain Award. This recognizes a person whose leadership, service, and vision have left a lasting mark not only on our organization, but on the agricultural sector of South Africa as a whole. The recognition is exclusive and represents the highest possible homage to the person who complied with their objectives and qualifications for the honorary award. Such a person must have served the interest of Grain SA in a number of fields, also on a national basis through excellent leadership. The recognition is presented by a collar badge and a certificate. No person is larger or more important than the organization itself. They have both amplified this and placed their own needs, families, and lives second, with a lifetime of commitment and service to the industry. The recipients are Yaku Minna and Derek Matthews. Now, like any good auction, when a new animal enters the ring, the auctioneer has the task of praising the breeder, highlighting the qualities, the attributes of the prime specimen, referencing the bloodline, genetics, breeding values, complementing the whole process. This is all done in an attempt to get the highest price realization of the specimen on offer. Encouragement is key here. Edging audience on and giving them an opportunity to acquire top genetics. While the two gentlemen on question tonight are not on sale, it was the same vigor and enthusiasm of an auctioneer that I will try to give a brief overview and recognition to both of these fine gentlemen. Firstly, Yaku Minna. Yaku glo ek is bekend aan elkeen wat hier van julle wat vanaand teenwoordig is. Van die wat hom nie ken nie, stel ek graag Yaku nou aan julle bekend. Born in Henneman on the 2nd of September 1976, married to Nicoline, they have two children, Henke 18, born in 2007, and Daniel 14, born in 2011. These dates are important, and I will return to this later. They farm in Henneman and Bothaville districts. He represents the 4th generation of Minnas to farm there, part of an incredible 11th generation of Minna family who have worked the soil of South Africa. Yaku is first and foremost a farmer at heart, deeply rooted to the land of the Free State. After matriculating in 94 at High School Henneman, he obtained a degree in Bachelor of Engineering in Agricultural Engineering at the University of Pretoria in 98. This would define Yaku in his life and cement his foundation with his well-thought-through approach and the way he tackled and solved problems. His level-headedness and intellect made him stand out at a very young age. In 1999, he embarked on the internship in North Dakota farm in the USA, farming with, amongst other things, sunflowers and soybeans. He returned and started farming in 2000 after the untimely passing of his father, planting soybean, sunflower, maize, wheat, and including cattle and game farming in his operation. From the onset, Yaku approached farming not only as a livelihood, but as a science and a calling, a mindset shaped by his engineering background and his unwavering commitment to sustainable grain production. Sien julle die mooi buffel in die ring? Kom mense! He joined Free State Agricultural's executive in 2005, where he served till 2011, being a member of the executive committee, also serving on the financial, rural safety, local government marketing, and economic committees. Now I'm going to slow it down a little bit. Yaku joined Grain SA in 2009. At the time, his daughter, Henke, was 2 years old. I'm coming back to the dates. Remember that he joined the executive of Free State in 2005. At Grain SA, Jaco served on the executive audit, marketing, soybean, sunflower, maize, input and rumination committees. The world was recognizing the leader and the person Jaco was, and also awarded him the title of Free State Agricultural Young Farmer of the Year in 2011. He was elected chairman of Grain SA in 2016, at the time 39 years old, the youngest ever chairman of Grain SA, and still the youngest ever chairman to serve the organization. This position he held until 2020 in March. This was the same year, namely 2011, that Jaco was elected on the boards of Senvest Bell, a leading agricultural company familiar to all of you, serving on the Audit and Risk and Rumination Committee, where he still serves to today. 2011 also saw him being elected as trustee of the Oil and Protein Seed Development Trust, where he served until 2020. But I'm sure that the 2011, the highlight for him was most likely the birth of Daniel, his son. And the question there remains, Jaco, where did you get the time? Die bil was besig, mense. In 2008, Jaco joined Agri-SA Economics and Land Working Committees, later becoming Centre of Excellence. And since 2016 on the Board of Directors, he also served on the Audit and Risk, Remuneration, Social Ethics Committees. The pinnacle to this lifelong commitment and service to organized agriculture in South Africa is, however, surely his election to President of Agri-SA in 2021. This was a torrid time in South African organized agriculture and the history of our country. And organized agriculture was in dire straits. He filled and served this role and pulled things together with distinction until October of this year. This has been a lifelong commitment, one that saw his children being born in his period of service to both society and agriculture. To Nicoline, Henke, and Daniel, we would like to convey our heartfelt appreciation for you allowing Jaco to fulfill these roles and support that you gave him over the years. His contribution to the broader good and community has been remarkable, and you as family have lost much time, and your sacrifices have been many. For this, we are grateful. No words will make up for these sacrifices. You, however, can be immensely proud, along with us, on your husband and father for what he has achieved and what he has meant to every one of us in this country. Jaco, you have grown as a leader and a person over time. For many of us, your example is what drives us. We have you as a role model to look up to. Whilst we realize you will continue to contribute through life, it is at this junction that we recognize your contributions and wish you well on your journey. Jaco reminds us that leadership is not about titles, but about service, not about power, but about responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to stand and give a recognition to the Golden Grain Award recipient, Jaco Minnaar, and I'd like to invite Jaco and Nicoline up to the stage. Please stand and wish them well. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Richard. Ek dink hy moet veiling hou, ek kan hom 'n paar rand huis toe vat vanaand. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute privilege and honor for me to receive this actually on behalf of the farmers. My whole life was about serving the farmer and serving the plight of the farmer. So this is for the farmers of South Africa. I think I was privileged to serve with board members, with staff, with industry leaders in a difficult time in South Africa, which we still are in. There's still a lot of work to be done, but people who are committed to the job. This is not a one-man job, it's a whole industry job, and you all are contributors to that, contributors to the future of agriculture, contributors to the future of this country. And for that, I want to commend you and commend you for the support that I have received as well to try to make a difference in this country. I want to thank my parents for the privilege and the exposure that they give me, the tools that they gave me to be able to serve the farmers. I want to thank my wife, Nicoline, and the kids for the patience that they had with me in doing this job. It's sometimes it's a difficult thing to leave home early in the morning and to come back late at night without seeing your kids, knowing that they were busy with their own lives, doing their own things, and you couldn't support. I think that's maybe the worst of this. It was a privilege to be able to also look after the future of them and to make a small contribution to that. I want to, it was a privilege to follow in the footsteps of leaders before me and to be able to hand over to leaders after me that I know and I have the full courage in that they will make agriculture and the future of agriculture in this country better. So to all of you, thank you very much for your contributions as well, your inputs. At the end of the day, it's the outlook. I've been speaking to a lot of people, been privileged to have contact with a lot of people. And what makes a difference in agriculture, actually in the world, is how you look at challenges. If you look at the opportunities within the challenge, you will make it. And that's what makes agriculture great, is seeing that opportunities, seeing not the stumbling block, but the way past it. And I want to encourage you to keep finding the way forward. That's the only way we're going to build South Africa and make this country better. Richard, thank you very much.
Toe ek podium toe gekom het, toe sweet ek taamlik, ek was daar in die krale gewees, maar hier's 'n pragtige stringdiere hier vanaand. Manne, gee vir die dames 'n hande klap, hulle lyk pragtig vanaand. Now, as auctioneer, when one bull makes its way out of the auction ring, you think about the commission, you'll be receive a fantastic sale, just achieved, read knowledge, mentorship experience. It is then with great excitement that the next bull is ushered into the ring. Kyk, as pryse loop op 'n veiling, dan loop hulle mooi, né? While bulls differ in conformity, posture, and pose, you look at the next bull and know, while different, the contribution that will be made will be impactful. With more encouragement, you entice once again your buyers and crowds to gather to admire the greatness before them. Derek Matthews is possibly one of the best and finest ambassadors an organization could wish for to represent them. Derek, a man whose dedication, leadership, and vision have made a profound difference to South Africa's grain industry and community. A man who has led with integrity, compassion, and relentless commitment. Derek grew up on the farm Silverton near Lichtenburg in northwest province of South Africa, and after matriculating at Potch Boys School in '79, he did his national service at South African Air Force 28th Squadron as loadmaster crew member on a transport aircraft. Derek completed an agricultural diploma in Potchefstroom College of Agriculture in '83 and started farming the family farm with his father. He took an opportunity to go work on farms in Illinois and Texas in 1985 and gained valuable experience and contacts that he still keeps alive to this day. Derek married Karen in 1986. From this marriage, there were 3 children, Gail, Michael, John, and Megan. I'm just wondering if I got that right. Are there more marriages out of this marriage? More marriages? They are also grandparents to 4 children. In 1989, Derek took over the farm from his father and has farmed it to this date. He extended the operations to 16,000 hectares of crops, 100 head of cattle, and 30 hectares of irrigation. He developed on-farm storage and built this to service niche markets. Derek was elected chairman of the Brahman Breeders' Club in Lichtenburg in 94 and 95. You see how the story is coming together. Kyk hoe lyk die bil, dames en here, kyk hoe lyk hy. At this point, I'd like to mention that we are grateful Derek is still with us after a near-fatal accident on the 3rd of May this year. Derek, your head does not seem to be as hard as that of a Brahmin. As stubborn maybe, but not as hard. In 1996, he was elected to the National Executive in Nampu and served on various work groups. When the organization amalgamated to form Grain SA, Derek was elected to National Executive Grain SA representing Region 5. In 1998, Derek also started a degree and course to attain his BTech in Agricultural Management in January 2000. In 2002, he was elected to the Executive Committee in Grain SA, where he served until standing down in 2005. In 2001 to 2005, he was delegated to the Commodity Chamber of Agri SA and also attended the General Councils of Agri SA. In 1998, Derek attended a course at Chicago Board of Trade in basic trading and future options, and in 1999, together with other partners, started Grainman International, a futures trading company in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. This led to his election to the Agricultural Products Division Advisory Committee of the JSE, which he served on until 2018. In 2001, Derek sold out his share in the business, and in 2004 took up an opportunity to trade with FarmWise as a broker. In 2004, was nominated to attend Pretoria University School of Business and attain a postgraduate certification in agricultural leadership, graduating in May in 2005. As Derek was always looking for niche markets and value chain participation, this led him to build the first ethanol plant in South Africa with partners. Silver Sands Ethanol developed both household and vehicle fuels. Derek attended the Ethanol Producer and Consumer Conference, EPAC, in Wyoming, USA, and in 2006 he delivered a paper on ethanol fuel gel and its benefits to the EPA conference in Montana, USA. 2010, Derek addressed the European Regulatory Authority in Biotechnology and its benefits to food production in South Africa and Africa. The same year, Derek attends the World Food Prize event in Iowa, USA, and joins the second International Farmer Roundtable discussions, and today is still a member of the Global Farmer Network, and in 2010 had a bus running at the Soccer World Cup on ethanol at the event, a remarkable achievement. In 2012, this sees Derek again elected to represent Region 5 of Grain SA on the executive. And this year, he also addresses farmers in the European Parliament on ethanol fuels and their benefits to SA. 2016, he is nominated and appointed to trustee of the Maize Trust, representing white maize farmers, where he still serves to date. 2017, Derek attends training in Illinois, USA, in grassroots organization and communication. Offered by Cornell University Alliance of Science, Derek is also re-elected to the Executive Committee of Grain SA, elected to Vice Chairman thereafter in 2018. The Maize Trust nominates Derek to the board of the Grain Buildings Pty Limited, and he is elected Chairman of that board where he serves to date. Here is the kicker. In 2020, Derek is elected to Chairman of Grain SA and serves in this role to March of this year. a term of 5 years. This all while having 3 CEOs serve under him. Strong leadership, commitment with passion gets Grain SA through this period, and his guidance steadies the ship. 2020, Derek is appointed to the Board of Directors of Agri SA MPC, where he still serves to today. October of 25 see him being elected as Vice President of Agri SA. Allow me in closing to reflect some of the remarkable ways Derek has shaped Grain SA and the grain sector. When you are unanimously re-elected as chairperson of Grain SA in 2023, you reminded us that unity in South Africa's grain production sector is vital to the future. You emphasized that success would come on how successful we can function as team players under the leadership. Grain SA strengthens relationships across the value chain and with political stakeholders, recognizes that farmers' voices must reach into policy, economics, and trade. In 2023, you highlighted the importance of the National Yield Competition Grow for Gold initiative and said, if we do not continue to strive for better, higher, and more, we will stagnate. We must look further than now. We must keep our eyes on the future and see how we can move the goalposts. This reflects your belief that innovation, ambition, and collaborative drive the future of grain production in South Africa. Under your stewardship, Grain SA Farmer Development Program received praise for excellence in implementation, supporting emerging commercial farmers and ensuring transformation efforts were meaningful rather than a token. You noted we have been working in farmer development for over 22 years. It is all about delivering the required results through capacitating farmers. You brought a genuine heart to development, not just a program. From a practical side, you self-farm and your family. You know the soil, the seasons, the challenges and the inputs, markets and regulations. You combine the hands-on experience with strategic leadership at Grain SA, making you an authentic voice at policy tables. In 2025 Grain SA Congress, in your farewell address, you again affirmed your commitment to the organization and to farmers and the pivotal moments that were spoken about earlier today. As farmers, you have shown that in the face of numerous challenges, we must continue working together to secure a sustainable future for grain production in South Africa. You used your voice not only to speak to farmers, but to speak with them. This Golden Grain Award is our highest honor. It recognizes not just outstanding achievement, but leadership that uplifts the entire industry. Derek, you've done exactly that. Your tenure in Grain SA has been characterized by 3 words: vision, legacy, and service. It also acknowledges your personal character, a husband and father who leads by example, a farmer who stays grounded, a leader who listens. It honors your sacrifice, your long farming days, your boardroom hours, your travel, your calls, your advocacy. To Karen and your family, we acknowledge the support and sacrifices, a lifetime commitment and involvement, not only by yourself, but also by your family, to an industry and farming that you all love so dearly. On behalf of Grain SA, our board, our members, our farming community, and all those who surround our industry, thank you. Thank you for the leadership, your courage, your integrity, your heart. It is now my honor to invite you and your family to stage to receive the Golden Grain Award, a token of our deep gratitude and admiration. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and join me with a warm round of applause for Derek and his family. Thank you. Het die bil uit die kraal gebreek.
Wow, what an awesome privilege. To share this moment with my family is really special. And got to acknowledge Tim, he's recently took up a job in Zambia, so he's not with us tonight. Megan's husband, Tim, we're thinking of you. Wish you could have been here. Karen, Michael, John, Gail, Megan, the sacrifices that you guys made that enabled me to be standing here and being humbled and immensely honored by an organization like Grain SA. This is as much about you as what it is about me. They say life's a journey, and what an amazing journey we're on. What is a journey without companions? What is a journey without friends? What is a journey without a guide that goes ahead of you? First of all, I need to thank God for the courage and inspiration and the wisdom ultimately that came from that allowed me to be able to serve Grain SA as best as what I could. Then I have to acknowledge people like Japie Grobler. The very first day that I walked into a boardroom at Nampo, and he asked the new guys to introduce themselves. And at the time, the Minister of Agriculture's name was Derek Hanekom. And of course, when I said Derek Matthews, he said, Engelsman, jou naam sal ek nooit vergeet nie. And to this day, Japie still calls me Engelsmankie. So, Japie, this is hats off to you. You know, the example that you set, and Niels and Yaku, who handed the baton to me. What amazing inspiration and what a source of just comfort, knowing that when you don't have the answers, I can pick up the phone and phone Yaku. I can pick up the phone Japie or Niels or whatever. They were just there. They're just easy. That's companionship. That's how we roll. That's how Grain SA works. I have the privilege of serving in many different spheres, and I can tell you without any hesitation at all, there is no organization like Grain SA. It just does not exist. The level of professionalism, the level of commitment, and the level of integrity is just unsurpassed. It is just incredible. And to you and the team, each and every one of the incredibly dedicated team, I have to salute you, each and every one of you. It is a team like that makes it easy to walk this journey, to run this mile. And thank you is a tiny little word. To each and every one of the industry partners that I've had the privilege of crossing paths with, whether it be confrontational, whether it be challenging, that's how we grow. That's how it has to be. Thank you very much for the incredible honor that you are bestowing on me. I'm truly humbled and truly grateful. And may Grain SA just go from strength to strength. My late dad once said to me, he said, if you have something to say, then say it. Grain SA is the South African grain farmer's voice. You have a hell of a lot to say. So Grain SA, go ahead and say it. Thank you very much.
Dames en here, ek het 'n bonus item vir julle vanaand. Ek het 'n baie mooi os wat ek nou gaan opvuil ter wille van die kerk of te bate van die kerk. So staan by, het julle besies reg. In 2019 het ons dieselfde toekenning aan Kali Skuman gemaak. Op daai stadium het ons nie die wapentjie gehad, so ek wil graag gou vir Kali vra om saam met Elna voor toe te kom, laat ons jou jou lapelwapentjie vir jou kan gee en laat ons 'n mooi foto. Kallies, kom aan, baie dankie. Ek wil net 'n regstelling maak. Elna het my nou verseker, Callie is nie 'n ossie.
Thank you so much, Richard, and congratulations to all the award recipients. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for. Tonight we arrive at the highlight of the evening, the announcement of the Grain SA Syngenta Grain Producer of the Year finalists. This year we're reminded that farming is built on moments. Moments of courage, moments of patience, and of perfect timing. Moments when producers choose to take a risk, to innovate, and to believe in the season ahead. Each of our finalists embodies that rhythm. They have mastered the art of knowing when to sow, when to wait, and when to act. I'm going to go off script slightly here and just say that as someone in a room where the majority of you know exactly what it takes to plant thousands and thousands of hectares, to wait through the season, and to achieve incredible results, I can't even keep a houseplant alive for longer than 2 weeks. So for the people who are outside of this industry, those of you in this room, you may take for granted these incredible achievements. And I wish more people outside of this room knew what it took. Don't ever take for granted what you have managed to achieve. Join us now as we journey across South Africa to the fields, homes, and families of our remarkable Grain Producer of the Year finalists.
As the wheat awakens and Kanolkop's charming history is revealed, it speaks of a flow through time, through the farmlands of the Swartland. The grounding space of fourth-generation farmer J.P. Treter.
Daar is vir my niks lekkerder as om elke oggend op te staan en spasie rondom my te hê. Om hierdie mooi omgewing wat ons het te kan sien elke oggend is vir my 'n ongelooflike groot seën.
J.P. complemented what he'd learned from his father by studying at Elsenburg and working on a farm in the US. Geared with exposure, he set out to create his own success recipe. Between the late 90s and 2010, he entered into various agreements for the buying and leasing of land, all aimed at establishing a cleverly integrated system, always with a deep care for the soil.
Dit is vir my verskriklik belangrik dat ek my grond probeer opbou en dat ek so biologies korrek as moontlik boer.
With minimum tillage, high potential soils are utilized for annually rotating wheat and medics on a 50-50 basis. Lower potential soils are planted for silage. Through excellent management, it all feeds into a sustainable farming operation from a conservation and financial perspective.
Ek dink 'n ou moet jou boerdery sien soos enige ander besigheid. Jy moet hom bestuur soos 'n besigheid. As jy nie goeie finansiële bestuur in jou boerdery gaan hê nie, gaan jy in elk geval nie suksesvol wees nie. Een ander punt is tydsberekening. As jy nie jou planttyd reg bepaal nie en jy nie jou kunsmis op die regte tye toedien en chemiese beheer op die regte tye doen nie, gaan jy in elk geval ook nie daai bietjie beter doen wat jy moet doen om winsgewend te kan wees nie.
And with the capable backing of farm manager Aubrey Brunk, the activities run like clockwork. The Angus cattle are farmed for weaner production and, as a fast-growing breed, allow for quick turnaround. The sheep for fat lamb and wool production account for the majority of the livestock, and their dual purpose ensures healthy returns. At the same time, JP's high wheat yields broaden his marketing scope.
Ek bemark plus minus 50% van my koring deur WKG in die pool en die ander 50% bemark ek self.
JP has now also teamed up with his neighbor, Corné Rust, to create an empowerment project with shareholding for farm workers. Because in the soul of the Swartland lies the heartbeat of people, relationships, and closer to home, the joy of family, fed by lively chatter, care, and fresh new ideas. The Viljoen's farming activities stretch from the northwest into parts of the Free State and even Botswana. But it's still driven from Leeudoringstad, where Hansie Viljoen took his first farming steps.
Ek het in 1986 saam met my pa en ma begin boer op hierdie plaas waar ons bly Syferwild. Ek was so toe my voet in die grond raak toe ek begin hardloop. My ma het voluit geboer saam met my tot 8 jaar terug was hy oorlede is. Baie van die goed wat ek van boerdery weet het ek by my ma geleer. Dit was 'n formidabele vrug.
This farming legacy is now continued through Dian and Henricus. Each of the sons have their focus areas, but they handle the crop farming together.
Ek sê altyd vir hulle onthou ons is in 'n reisies. Jy moet nie die boonste 10% wees net om relevant te bly. Al die ons doen wie hulle hardloop 100 teen 9.8 sekondes. So daar's nie 'n tyd vir 'n 10 sekonde nie, as jy agter en hulle weet dit en hulle doen dit goed.
And so every generation brings a vibrant new energy, rippling through the business.
Hulle het 'n passie vir die boerdery. Hulle werk my eintlik moeg want hulle werk en boer beter as ek.
Henricus handles the irrigation and game farming. Dian is in charge of their stud and commercial cattle. And it all comes together at the office through skilled administration. To keep tabs on this widespread business also require the input of hands-on managers. In fact, the Viljoens have 7 managers focusing on the different regions and facets of the business.
Jy moet goeie mense om met mekaar maak, met ons bestuurders en met my seuns, hulle vat eienaarskap elkeen, boer of dit sy eie besigheid is.
With good planning and precision, they plant maize, soya, and potatoes. 70% of the lands are water table soils, meticulously managed for sustainability. Maize is their main crop, and a portion is also planted under irrigation, which is powered by a solar array.
Ons doen hulpbesproeiing, ons haal so 10-12 ton af op besproeiing. Droëlaan haal ons het die jare goeie oes, maar ons gemiddeld is so 6,5 ton. Ons plant so kwart van ons lande sojaboontjies, ons haal goeie opbrengste af. En dan, as jy 'n jaar daarna op mielies plant, dan haal jy beter oes af.
Here at the Viljoens, integration is the operative word, with a lot of it resting on the maize, as it also plays an important role in grazing management.
Ons wy op mieliestronke van Mei tot September maand. So is omtrent 5 maande as jy weg van jou natuurlike beweiding af. Die beeste word vet en ons kry ons draagkrag baie hoër en mielies in beeste loop saam.
Hansie Viljoen sure has it pegged. With respect for the lands, innovative people and family, he opened up a new growth path, set to continue serving generations to come. The neat and organized setup at Nikkerkskuil mirror the philosophy of Rian Taljaard. With purpose and passion, he engages the day alongside farm manager Dani Skoonraad, ready to share a perfectly worked out schedule with the personnel. And before you know, things just move, exactly as planned.
Nadat ek geswat het in Pretoria, het ek in 1997 hier op die plaas Nikkerkskuil begin boer. Dit is 'n plaas wat my pa opgebou het en ek het saam met hom kon boer vir 'n hele ruk. So ja, boerdery was nog altyd in my bloed gewees en dis vir my 'n passie om te kan boer.
Since taking over from his dad, Riaan has expanded the operation by buying and leasing additional land, mapping out his crop production plan with ultimate precision. To make the most of his 70% water table soils, he works closely with agriculturist Ian Botma.
Ons wisselboustelsel is gebaseer op 1/5 van ons grond lê ons oor. Dan die gedeeltes wat ons dan nou plant vir die jaar, sal die helfte sal mielies wees en die ander helfte sal dan 2/3 sojas wees en 1/3 sonneblom.
Minimum tillage is done in accordance with his rotation system. A spot sprayer uses infrared sensors to target only green weeds. Throughout, moisture management remains his departure point. And it's also the reason for inclusion of fallow lands in his rotation system.
Ons kan ons jaar langer maak, ons kan meer reën opvang en ons kan ons watertafel lig. En daai lig van die watertafel kan ons weer in droogtetye langer laat trek met ons plante om dan goeie oeste te kan maak in swaar tye.
Beyond his sense of detail, Riaan has one overriding principle.
Ek was een keer by 'n boerevereniging gewees en ek vra vir 'n oom, wat is die kruks van boerdery? En hy sê vir my, betyds. As jy nie jou finansiering betyds in plek gekry het nie, sou jy nie betyds geld gehad het om betyds jou produksiemiddele te koop nie, om betyds te kon plant nie. Dis eintlik mind-blowing hoeveel betyds 'n mens moet wees in jou boerdery.
Yet when it comes to marketing, he'd rather hold back a little. And he now wants to erect more silos, as he sees higher returns when not selling crops in season.
Ons probeer om te kyk of kan ons dit nie 3 of 4 maande of 5 maande dra nie, om net uit strooptyd te kom.
For risk mitigation, Riaan farms cattle and has also introduced pecan nuts along with a growing number of game. The exquisite antelope provide much delight to this closely knit family. And the Taljaard's own Bokdrolspoeg competition always adds a fun touch. On this family farm, a lot may have changed, but the care for each other and their beloved Whipstad community are stronger than ever. True to his passionate nature, Riaan is as engaged in the upkeep of the town as he is in building on the heritage of Niekerkskuil.
So, dit is werklik wonderlik om die gemeenskaplike draad wat vanjaar se finaliste deel te aanskou. Hulle is produsente wat nie net saad plant nie, maar ook nalatenskappe. Hulle dra die erfenis van vorige geslagte in hulle hande, terwyl hulle die toekoms met visie en wysheid vorm. Ek nooi nou graag Graan SA se hoofuitvoerende beampte Dr. Tobias Doyer saam met meneer Richard Kriege en meneer Luke Henry na die verhoog vir die oorhandiging van die finaliste se sertifikate.
Thanks, Annelie. One of the great things about Grain South Africa, it's an organization of intentionality. We actually know where it started. Wie is die ou wat altyd vra, vir wie en vir wat? Jy kom maar sê, wie is die ou wat vir ons altyd gevra het, vir wie en vir wat? Daar is hy, oom Japie. So elke keer as ons, every time we do something as Grain SA, there's a question about for who and for what. Why do we do these kind of things? And I think the first thing, it's a great privilege to have everybody here, most of the agricultural sector, to let our hair down, dress beautifully, and come and celebrate. There's a lot of intentionality, who is sitting with whom, and the conversations that you're having, the relationship that we're building, and that is to make the agricultural sector in South Africa the most competitive sector in the world. I also really appreciate that the Minister of Agriculture, John, your understanding and your leadership in bringing and supporting farmers to that point where we can be competing with the best in the world and prevail and remain sustainable. That's what these conversations are all about. We are actually not here to celebrate and glamorize farming and to, soos Richard die bil opgehemel het. This is not actually what this is about. He was a bit naughty there. This is about identifying, setting the benchmark, and shaping the future of agriculture. It's a very serious endeavor. We don't celebrate glamour. We study what it means to be the most competitive farmers in the world. It's very serious. We don't do it for a good party. We do this to survive, because if we're not the best, we're going to be failing and we'll go out of business. So we do it. I think Yusuf put it so nicely when he shared about his contribution and his participation, the judging, the insights, be it marketing strategies, financing, right through to soil management and looking after your staff and partnering with your community, the financial discipline. Because a farm that survives nowadays must make money, it must conserve nature, it must develop people, it must choose and adopt technology and compete internationally, and at the end of the day also stay accountable. That is why we continue this tradition, so that we can discover, define, and share and set the standards for excellence. So I saved my little bun for tonight. It was a long endeavor. It had to avoid me eating it, and obviously all kinds of the waiters trying to carry it away. This bun represents about 150 kilojoules of energy. With this energy, you can walk for half an hour, you can sit and breathe and look at a wall for about 45 minutes. You can have a short, stressful meeting with a minister, or you can work for 15 minutes. But this bun doesn't come from a bakery. It is pure, unadulterated energy from the sun. It was born of a huge nuclear fission explosion in the middle of the sun about 100,000 years, 7 months, 38 minutes and 20 seconds ago. The temperatures were about 15,000 degrees Celsius and the pressure about 200 billion bar, slightly more than you pump the tires of your Land Cruiser. This explosion gave yield to a lot of energy that reached you in about 8 minutes and 20 seconds. It struck a plant specifically bred to receive that energy, bred by Hendrik. The guy that looks like a wrestler there at the back. He's a wrestler, but he's actually very clever. That took these plants, bred them to have the right stances to be resistant to drought and rust and funguses and the like. And that plant grabbed all of the energy from the sun and converted this into carbohydrates, pulled the carbon from the air. I always tell the kids, do you see that tree or do you see this bun? What do you think? Where did it come from? Does it come from the soil? Usually the answer is no. This thing comes from pure air with a little bit of minerals from the soil. This is a gift of energy that the farmers nurtured. So once it was turned into a carbohydrate, it was hugely attractive to every fungus, to every snail. If you ask Koos and Rousseau and Joe's, the snails were out this year there in the wheat fields of the south. Every snail, every fungus, and this is where Luke and his crop protection comes in to protect this precious energy so that we can harvest it, put it into a silo. Boykanyo and his gang will mill it, combine it, look at the proteins, and the bakers will bake it for you. And this bread, this little piece of bread, will give you 150 kilojoules of energy. There's a whole story behind this, and the farmers that shepherd this from the moment this light, this energy arrives on earth, shepherds it carefully through the funguses and the beetles and the worms to deliver it to you, are these farmers that we are celebrating tonight. So first of all, I want to celebrate and just say thank you to the judges You could hear the passion that they've got when Yusuf shared. These guys are professional. They're not only well studied, but they're also well experienced farmers and scientists. So a special word of thanks to Yusuf du Plessis, Ryk Pretorius, Kobus van Zyl, Gerry Ludik, and Michael van Rooyen. Let's just give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to call the finalists for 2025 to the front. And that is maybe the guys that are not the finalists, that is Richard and Luc. Please join me on the stage as we welcome, first of all, JP and Tunel Truiter from Mauritsburg. The next finalist is Hansie and Wilmarie Viljoen from Viljoen Boerdery in Leeudoringstad. And last but not least, Rian en Malin Taljaard van Hoopstad. Geef hulle 'n lekker hande klap. Those of you that know me know that I am a little bit of a science nerd, and I would have loved to pontificate for hours about that little bin and the energy that it represents and how it got here. But I think from my side, the biggest wish that I've got, whenever you see a little bin like this, it's a gift to you right from the sun, stewarded by farmers to your plate. It'll give you 150 kilojoules, sorry. The difference between a watt and a joule, I'm going to get into trouble again. It'll give you 150 kilojoules. use it wisely. So if you're a minister, use it to give hope, mobilize us towards a beautiful future. If you're a farmer, invest, innovate, love, and build more. If you're just going to hug with this bun, hug with warmth, laugh with passion, innovate, calculate with precision. And if you just need to sit down, you've got 45 minutes worth of sitting down and feeling pure solar energy coursing through your veins as your heart is beating away. Do good with this energy that these farmers have produced for you.
Thank you, Tobias. For more than 2 decades, Syngenta has stood alongside Grain SA on this remarkable journey, a partnership rooted in shared purpose and a belief in the future of sustainable grain production. Their continued commitment allows us to recognize and celebrate the excellence of South Africa's grain producers here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Managing Director of Syngenta South Africa, Mr. Luke Henry.
Faith like a mustard seed. This is not just a saying. It's a prayer we whisper to the soil when the rain stays silent and the earth holds its breath when tomorrow feels too far to reach. In those moments, we grasp the small things, a handful of hope, a promise buried deep beneath the surface, fragile yet full of potential, because good seeds must be protected, nurtured with care, guarded by knowledge, and strengthened by every hand that tends the land. Every harvest begins with a choice to trust the land, to lean into possibility, to plant even when the skies hold back. Because faith, like a mustard seed, starts small, unseen, almost forgotten, but carries within it the power to move mountains, to grow something greater than we ever imagined. At Syngenta, every product, every technology, every decision is rooted in that same belief that from even the smallest seed, great things can grow. Grow with less water, less risk, less uncertainty. With a presence in over 100 countries and boots firmly grounded in African soil, we blend global science with local wisdom, innovation with tradition, data with deep-rooted knowledge, all to help farmers invest in more than just crops, to invest in the future, in resilience, in abundance, in faith that every seed holds the ability to change everything. We're here to honor what the land gives and what it could give. Applying science with conviction, we nurture growth from the smallest beginnings, because within every molecule lies the power. Together, we're building a food system that sustains beyond today's fields, beyond tomorrow's harvests. Syngenta, bringing plant potential to life.
Good evening, everyone. I feel very impressed to be here tonight. A lot of great people that spoke before me. And speaking in English is a bit of a challenge for me. I've heard in many languages good evening tonight, so let me give you one more. Bonsoir à tous. I asked John, if he had any trick for me to be less stressed when I speak. He gave me a trick. Can I share the trick, John? He told me, just imagine all these people are naked. So let me just imagine you're all naked, okay? All right. Good evening, finalists, friends, and colleagues. As a Frenchman in South Africa, living now, I have learned two very important lessons over the past 12 months. Firstly, I learned the difference between your braai and your barbecue. Braai is for a main course, when barbecue at best is for starters. And secondly, your farmers are even more passionate than our winemakers, and that's saying something. So what a privilege to be back here on stage with all of you. Last year I came as Luke, And when I'm in the office now, people call me Lucas, which I take it as a compliment. And it has been an honor for Syngenta to be the main sponsor of this great event for the past 26 years, to support our finalists, the very best of South African agriculture, because we are here tonight because of you. And as we read your stories, one theme consistently emerges. It's the creation of value. When I read the interviews, I picked a few quotes from the three guys. One says, every piece of machinery must deliver maximum value. Another one says, we only work with people who can add value to our business. Others say, plants give you the opportunity to create, to improve, and to build. And the last one, we must exploit the potential of every seed. Through your dedication, you create value at various levels. In your fields, by nurturing healthier soils and achieving abundant harvests. On your farms, by mentoring and developing your people. And in your communities, by supporting schools, elderly homes, and empowerment projects. This relentless pursuit of value creation is not only the key to your success, it's a real inspiration for our entire industry. And this mindset, this obsession with creating value, deeply resonates with progressive agricultural input supplier like ourselves. Last year, in the same forum, we spoke about the mindset required to create value in agriculture. And we asked ourselves, should we optimize existing models or reinvent them? Should we promote best practices or discover the next practices? Should we focus on value extraction or value exploration? And like a good farmer, we at Syngenta didn't just talk, we acted. In just 12 months, our digital technologies have made remarkable progresses. Today, and together with other industry players, more than half of South Africa's row crops hectarage is digitalized. Imagine, millions of hectares of maize, soy, wheat, barley, pulses, canola, potatoes, sunflower, and other crops are now benefiting from insights and assistance generated by AI and digital imagery. Rian said it in the video, success lies in making decisions in time. Our CropWise operations platform, which is at the forefront of this digital push, combines historical data, live weather forecast, AI modeling, and satellite intelligence to enable real-time pest monitoring, input logistics management, yield predictions, and other instant data-driven decision-making tools, creating value across the entire operations. And because smallholders and smallholder farming is vital for the future and is a key focus for Minister Steenhuisen here tonight, we have recently launched CropWise Grower, which is a version designed for smaller operations, giving every farmer easy and free access to information and decision-making tools. But tonight, I must raise another critical topic for the future of our industry: regulatory data protection, or RDP. South Africa has built an impressive agricultural legacy, leveraging world-class science to ensure food security and to drive economic growth. But that success cannot be taken for granted. Among major agricultural economies, South Africa is the only one without clear regulatory data protection policies to protect agricultural innovation. Innovation in our sector requires massive investments, often decades of research, hundreds of millions of dollars to bring a new technology to market. Yet here, innovators have only a couple of years of protection before their data becomes public. And we all know, once a system falls behind a certain threshold, recovery becomes exponentially harder. We've seen it with electricity, we've seen it with water. Let's make sure we don't see this with crop protection innovation. A simple solution exists. South Africa needs robust regulatory data protection regulations to protect agricultural data and encourage investment. Doing so, we will drive more innovation and thus strengthen competitiveness of our farmers, ensure rigorous safety and environmental assessments, encourage sustainable regenerative practices and more focus on critically important minor crops, promote local manufacturing and job creation, align South Africa with global agricultural leaders, and lastly, attract more foreign direct investment. There is an old African proverb that you all know. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. But in agriculture, we must go both fast and far. And the only way to achieve this is by creating value together. So tonight, as we celebrate our finalists, the leaders of South African farming, let's commit to a shared goal: to build a regenerative, innovative, and sustainable future for South African agriculture, grounded in value creation and protected by strong modern regulation. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations once again to all our outstanding finalists.
Luke, to you and your incredible team, thank you for Syngenta's unwavering partnership with Grain SA over the years, especially for your continued support of this prestigious award. Your commitment to innovation and sustainability helps ensure a strong future for grain production in South Africa. Kom ons gee vir Syngenta 'n lekker applaus. Dames en here, en nou vir die groot oomblik van die aand. We're just moments away from announcing the Grain SA Syngenta Grain Producer of the Year for 2025. Mag ek asseblief vra dat meneer Richard Krieger en Dr. Tobias Doyer nou by Luke op die verhoog aansluit? Soos tradisie dit wil hê, is daar net een groep mense wat vooraf weet wie vanaand se wenner is, ons eksterne ouditeure van die Ashton Group. They are the trusted custodians of this process, ensuring fairness and credibility every step of the way. Ek wil ook graag van hierdie geleentheid gebruik maak om ons beoordelaarspan opreg te bedank vir hul toewyding, hul professionaliteit en die baie kilometers wat hulle aflê om al die finaliste te besoek. Hulle doen dit vrywillig, met groot passie, en ek hoor gereeld dat hulle self net soveel leer by die produsente. The judges' individual score sheets, signed and sealed, were handed to the auditors for verification to determine tonight's winner. Ons opregte dank aan die Ashton Group vir hul integriteit en hulp met hierdie belangrike proses. And with that, it's over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much. If I can ask Carla van Wyk from our auditors, Ashton, to bring me the envelope. Baie dankie. Hierdie een is al oopgemaak. Dames en here, baie dankie weer eens dat julle almal vanaand hier is. Ek moet nou op 'n ernstige noot begin kom sê my hoofuitvoerende beampte. Ek dink dit is 'n voorreg om namens Graan SA hier op die verhoog te wees vanaand. Dit is 'n voorreg om almal julle hier vanaand te verwelkom saam met ons, om die aand saam met ons almal te geniet. And it gives me great pleasure then to announce the 2025 Grain Producer of the Year winner. But before I do that, dames en here, die wenner, Hansie Viljoen. Baie geluk. Julle kan nou skaal, hè. Baie geluk. Julle kan nou skaal en gaan sien. Dankie. Pas met jou feet.
Goeienaand dames en here. Good evening ladies and gents. Dumela batho. Bagai te Kelabona. Ek het nou nog gesien die seremoniemeester het 'n speech gehad hier op die glas, maar dit lyk my myne is nie so nie. So julle moet maar so 'n bietjie geduld met my hê. Dames en here, verskoon my as ek dalk gaan regtig huil. Toe hulle pepstores oopgemaak het in Lederhofstad het ek vir 2 dae gehuil. So niks bietjie emosioneel. Ek wil eerstens sê dankie aan my hemelse Vader vir die geleentheid wat hy ons gee om te doen waarvoor ons lief is, om te boer, om 'n edele beroep te doen, vir ons te seën, ons rentmeesters te maak van ons kinders, sy erfenis. Ons dank hom uit die diepte van ons harte. En dan vir my vrou Wilmarie, baie dankie. As ek eendag doodgaan, het ek gesê, moet hulle vir jou helse monument opsit. Om 37 jaar met my te hou is nie maklik nie. Wilmarie is nie 'n boervrou nie, sy weet nie eens eintlik waar ons grond of mooi was lyk, hoe lyk 'n koei of 'n bil nie. Maar elke aand as ek by die huis kom, dan is dit vir my lekker. Die kinders het ek altyd geweet is versorg, hulle het skoolklere, hulle is betyds. Die oudste seun het gespog, het gesê sy ma is die kwaaiste van al die ma's. So sy het hulle reggeslaan. En dan aan my familie, eerst is my pa en my ma wat vir ons die geleentheid gegee het om te kan boer. Dit is 'n voorreg gewees, ek is van 1986 saam met hulle begin boer en tot 94 toe het my pa in die nywerhede ingegaan en die van julle wat my ma geken het, sy was net so 'n klein tannetjie, maar 'n formidabele vrou. Sy het my werklik van mielieboerdery, die bietjie wat ek weet het sy my geleer. My pa het my baie jong gesê, 'n mielieboerdery is so, as jy dink jy weet alles, is jy baie naby om jou gat te sien. Verskyn my woord, maar dis die waarheid in. Dan aan my 3 seuns, julle is champions, as hulle in ons besigheid ingekom het toe gee dit sommer 'n nuwe energie in die besigheid. Hulle het ingestap en ons besigheid het gegroei. Hulle het eienaarskap gevat. Hulle werk wragtig in die nag te staan, hulle opskuif lyne van die GP's. Gelukkig is ek te dom om dit te doen, want ek sou dit nie gedoen het nie. Maar hulle werk my moeg. En is lekker, en dit is van al julle jonges in hierdie land. Ons moet besef wat sy uitstekende jong mense het ons die land. Die jong mense gaan die land regtrek en regdraai. Ek het die grootste respek vir jong mense. En dan, dat julle sulke goeie vrouens uitgekies het, dankie daarvoor. En die beste van alles is die kleinkinders. Dankie dat hulle by ons kan kuier, maar baie dankie dat julle sondagoggende kan oplaai, dat ons kan rus. Dan is die span mense wat saam met my die pad stap. Ons het regtig mense wat 30 jaar plus saam met ons kom. Dis loyale mense. Ek het vir hulle gesê, sou ons hier staan, dan is 'n groot 'n groot deel van die toekenning is hulle. Hulle bring elkeen meer as sy kant, hulle vat eienaarskap. Dis nie nodig, daar's 'n lekker atmosfeer in ons plaas, dit moet tog lekker wees om te werk. Daar's altyd 'n laggie en 'n grappie en hulle is altyd besig om mekaar poetse te bak, maar dit maak 'n goeie gees en as dit moet werk, dan werk hulle. En dan die vennote in ons besighede, ons het vennote wat ons ook lank mee kom, ons glo in langtermynverhoudings. En vennote moet 'n waarde byvoeg tot ons besigheid. Ou nie waarde byvoeg by ons besigheid nie, dan mors ons mekaar se tyd. Ons doen baie besigheid op handskit, dis hoe ons besigheid doen, en ons eer ons vennote. Ons is ook nie van daai boere wat sê, verskoon nou die woord, die gifsmous mag nie 'n Land Cruiser ry nie. Ek wil ook dit moet hom ook goed gaan, wat kom op my plaas. Ek wil nie skaam wees vir die ou met wie ek werk nie. Maar ek dink die ouens bokant hoef nie almal Lamborghinis te ry nie. Hulle kan kleiner karretjies ry. En dan die lewe gaan oor verhoudings. Dit is jou verhouding wat jy met mense het, jou gesindheid. Hoe jy met mense praat, hoe jy hulle hanteer. Ek praat Tswana, jy boas Tswana, ek praat Tswana, jy goeie lebone. Gebule ek ook gora moet. My English is not so good, but when you speak somebody's language, it just opens up doors. So it's important from your side to see in other people as well. En weer dan mentors in my lewe was daar verskeie mentors gewees. Eerstens uit die aard van die saak my pa en my ma. Dan het ek 'n besonderse mentor in Brand Pretoria, almal ken hom tog wat by Toyota was. Ek het my lewe moeilike tye deurgegaan partykeer, ons het deurgegaan deur algemasie van 2 besighede wat ons moes deurgetrek het. En as ek hom gebel het, dan het hy net altyd gesê, Hansie, integriteit, sag op die mens, hart op die saak. Ek het baie by hom geleer en laat sy oorlede oom John Trollop, wat my ook baie geleer het van die lewe. En dan, ek het nogal redelik oud geword om te besef, mens moet erkenning gee mense. Die kleinste ouetjie, sê net vir hom mooi. As hy nou die gras neergebreek het, dan sê jy vir hom baie mooi. Jy is die een wat die gras neer die beste gebreek het, wat ek nog in my lewe gesien het. Maar gee erkenning, ons sukkel om dit te doen. Dan kan ek 'n kort boodskap vir die jong mense sê, grond word nie meer nie, mense word meer. En kyk hoe ons die gemiddelde al gelig, julle wat Wederslond hou, ja, op julle. Ons het 4 miljoen hektaar, het ons 12 miljoen ton, 14 miljoen ton mielies gelewer. Nou is dit op 2.6, as jy sien hoe die boere gestep op. En toe ek begin boer het, toe het ons maar ons lande opgeteel in 2 en 3 ton lande. As ek nou vir die kinders sê 2 of 3 ton land, dan sal hulle my seker vra, wat dit maar geëet. Maar dit dieselfde grond met genetika en bewerking en genade, en jy kyk wat al ons uit. En dan ons insetverkaffers, ons sal moet kyk daarna, die koste kniplang val ons al meer. Ek het nou reg 'n stukkie gelees in Graan SA dat ons ruilvoet is omtrent 1/3 swakker as 3-4 jaar terug teen dieselkunsmis ensovoorts. Julle moet besef, ons boere moet winsgewend kan boer om op die plase te bly om julle besighede te ondersteun. Soos met ander verlaan. Met baie groot oeste het boere al bankrot gegaan oor pryse. En wen toe die politicians, John Steenhuisen, jy sal baie beter lyk in boerboel as in 'n soet in elk geval. Minister, thanks for coming here, for meeting our farmers, for talking and doing your best for our farmers. We really appreciate this. We are one of the first ministers that we can call our own minister, so we really appreciate it. Thanks for that. Spraak soek ek whisky. Dan die politici kan ek net 'n boodskap voorgee. Maak net vir ons maak vir ons die speelveld net gelyk. Gee ons net 'n gelyke kans. Los ons boere uit. Ons wil net boer. Ons wil nie in politiek betrokke raak nie, ons wil nie in gevegte betrokke raak nie. As mens kan kyk, wat kos 'n porsie pap, Tobias? 'n porsie pap kos 70 sent te ete. 70 sent. Die naaste daaraan is R2.50. So mense moet besef wat doen ons graanboere in die land om mense tevrede te hou. En dan met die ongelykhede in ons land wat net al erger word. Eendag loop ek en 'n goeie vriend van my en daar's so 'n klein maar mannetjie. En ek sê hom, kyk hierdie ou kry koud. En die maat van my, hy's seker 'n 3XL, hy vat sy baadjie en hy gee hom vir die ou. En die baadjie omvou die ou so. En ek sê vir hom, jong, daai baadjie is dan baie groot vir jou. Hy sê vir my die volgende. Hy sê, meneer, 'n arme man het nie 'n size. Is dit nie treffend nie? 'n Arme man het nie 'n size. En dan ons boere, ons dra gemeenskappe, ons is bouers, ons dra dorpies. Ek is trots om deel van julle te wees. Jong mense in Afrika se gemiddelde ouderdom is bietjie in 35, is van die jongste in die wêreld. So die toekoms lê oop voor hulle en dan moet ons veerkragtig bly. Dis mos nou maar die baswoord, maar ons moet veerkragtig bly. Kyk, as jy 'n ding nou mooi wil in 'n Kali se pa het altyd so oulik gesê, Hendrik Skooman, as jy 'n ding wil opdonder, dan gee vir 'n boer 'n goeie prys. En dit is so, as ons 'n prys kry, dan neek ons enigiets op. En dan sal ons net wil weet, ons wil net die tegnologie moet vir ons bietjie meer makliker beskikbaar wees as dit kan. Ons boer volop tegnologie, as ek sien wat die kinders doen met 'n iPad, maak hom oop, hulle sê vir jou wat die dieselverbruik is, hulle sien die manne het laasnag 100 hektar te veel gerip, so hulle het bietjie vlak gerip. Dit is net, jy slaan jou hande saam as jy kyk wat gedoen word. Ons die eerste keer begin syfers doen het, toe was my dieselverbruik omtrent so 100-110 liter per hektar. Hulle trek hom af na 45-42 liter per hektar. Jy kan dit nie glo nie. Jy kan nie dink, wat doen hulle met 12 mense? 4 planters, 4 trekkers, 2 telehanders in 'n dag en nag nie. Dis hektare wat hulle plant. In kort, hulle plant jou eintlik in jou moeren in 2 dae, van korot. Maar dit is verbasend om te sien wat kinders doen en wat die tegnologie gedoen het. En dan van ons boere wat die kennis deel. Dit is vir my so wonderlik dat van ons ouer boere kennis deel met van die jonger mense. Dit is 'n baie mooi eienskap van ons boere. En julle moet my maar verskoon, ek gaan maar 'n naam of 2 noem. Dit is Josef Du Plessis. Josef, dis jou skuld dat my kinders sojaboentjies plant. Dankie daarvoor. As ek sê ons kan nie, dan sê hulle maar om Josef sê so. En dan Johan Klaasen, hy het hulle geleer aardappels plant. As ek daar kom, dan sê hy vir my, ek moet weggaan, ek is onleerbaar, so iets. Maar ek weet, daar's net 2 aardappelboere, is een wat aardappels geplant het en een wat aardappels wil plant. Maar is net, en dan van ons bure, jy sit van ons bure hierso. Ek kan maar sê, Dion, klomp bure van ons, Dani, Minnaar, wat deel met die kinders. Waar leer hulle sal nie by die kinders leer nie, en ek wil julle vra, maak julle harte oop. Deel dit met die kinders. As dit goed gaan met jou buurman, dan gaan dit goed met jou ook. Die grootste ding wat jy oor moet worry, is dat jou buurman nie jou grond koop nie. Moenie worry oor die ander goed. Doe net jou deel wat jy moet doen. And when to the sponsors of this event, thank you so much, coming so long time, and for a prestigious event every year on this agriculture calendar. It's a nice window for the world to see what we as farmers do, and we really appreciate what you do. En die landbouers kan ek net sê, landbouers, julle is die room van die land. Julle is bouers, ons is nie brekers nie. En ek wil net sê, afsluit en sê, God bless Afrika. Baie dankie. Mooi aand almal.
Dames en here, nog 'n lekker applaus vir Hansie Viljoen, sy vrou Wilmarie en hulle seuns. God bless Africa indeed, and on that note, can I ask everyone to be upstanding so that we can sing the national anthem?
Sisi keleni Afrika, malupakani supondolwayo, Israel mitandazo yetu, Kosi sikelela ti polwayo Morena buluka setšhaba sa Jesusu O fedise dintwa le matshwenyego O se boloke setšhaba sa Jesu setšhaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Uit die blauw van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons zee, hoor ons eeuwige gebergtes, waar die kranse antwoord gee. Sounds a call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa. Amen.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of the formal part of the evening. As we honor the finest among us tonight, we're reminded that greatness in grain doesn't happen overnight. It happens over generations, in the right time, with steady hands and hearts rooted in legacy. Please enjoy your dessert, coffee, cheese, and biscuits, which will be served in the foyer. To all our award recipients and sponsors, the foyer has been set up for media photographs and interviews. Would all the winners and sponsor representatives kindly make their way there shortly? Grain SA's Alzena Gomes will meet you there in about 15 minutes. From everyone at Grain SA, thank you for sharing in this special evening of recognition and celebration. May you travel safely, and may the seasons ahead bring you good rain, great harvests, and continued success. Until we meet again next year, may the rhythm of the land continue to guide us all. The party's just starting, but for me, good night, ladies and gentlemen.